Gave that a mighty clang last time I was here. Oh, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to our Sangha Day, our celebrating the sweet mystery of friendship. Just before we start properly, can you please check that your phone is switched into the turn off Wi-Fi. Yeah, if you could turn off Wi-Fi, that would be great. And certainly make sure it's on silent. Don't know if that does that. Is it? Okay, yeah, let's make a start then. So you're all very, very welcome, everybody in the room and everybody online. Hello. Am I looking in the right direction? Is it there? Yeah. I'm Shraddha Vijaya. I'm just going to be introducing the day. And what else am I going to do? I'm going to do a bit of housekeeping, go through the program with you, although there is a program stuck on the counter down in reception if you want to know what's happening at any point. So thank you, Apekshapriya and Saz, for doing the tech for us. And I think Susanna's going to join in at some point today. You're going to do it between the three of you. And Buddha Sevaka somewhere out there, he tells us, in cyberspace, organising things for everybody online. So thank you for that. I want to thank Shubhanita, actually. I want to do a few thank yous as we go through the day. But I want to thank Shubhanita because she's done a cracking job of getting this day sorted. I was surprised to hear it was the first time you've actually organised a full big festival like this. And you've done such an amazing job, so thank you for that. It's run so smoothly. And of course, there are loads of other people in the background, you know, people like Abbas and Joe and Kathy, who turned up very early this morning to get milk for us and set things up. And Sean, over there hiding at the back. Sean is going to be our organiser for the day. So if you need anything at any point, if you can find Sean or me, we'll help you out as much as we can. So yeah, we're going to celebrate today the sweet mystery of friendship. Something we all share, that really special part of this amazing community that we're all part of. And we're going to be hearing more about that very shortly from Lokeshvara. And we're going to watch a short video of Paramartha talking about Bhante and his friendship with Bhante and Bhante's views on friendship. And we're going to be doing that. Everything today is going to happen with the backdrop of this amazing shrine. I always think today, Amitabha, our Amitabha there, is, he gets his place today, he gets his mention. He's the archetypal Buddha of wisdom, but also compassion and loving kindness. So he'll be watching over us from this amazing shrine that has been created for us this time by Warren. Let me just check I get the right names here. It's Warren and CJ and who else helped? Adam, yes, I'm looking at Adam, aren't I? Yeah. So thank you. Again, first time they've done a shrine for us, and I just think it's stunning and a suitable home for our Amitabha and a backdrop for our day. So a few housekeeping points before we really start proper. There is no fire drill planned. So if the fire alarm goes off, it means there probably is a fire and we'll need to get out. So as our organiser over there, Sean's also going to be the first person to take us down, grab your shoes and just get out and get onto the car park at the back. If the fire for some reason is in that direction, we can go down the back stairs here. But just get out as quick as you can. I've mentioned Sean. We are going to have a quiet room available today, and that's going to be, most of the day, that will be the library. And when I said quiet room a time ago to somebody, and they said, actually, you know, what I need, if I want to go to a quiet room. I actually need silence. That's what she wanted. So just bear that in mind. If you need to go and have a quiet space, it's the library, but it may be that there are people in there who really want it to be silent. When we're all spread around the building having discussion groups, this room will be the silent room. So if you don't want to join in a discussion, you're very welcome to just stay in here and reflect or have a quiet time. And the last thing just to mention now, in case I forget it this afternoon, when we have the puja later, there will be an opportunity to make offerings. And we now have a table that we're going to try and keep here always, so that for those of us who find it difficult to either kneel or get up once you have knelt down, that's available for people in puja when we're doing offerings. And I think that's enough for me. I'm going to hand over to Shubhanita here. We'll salute the shrine to start our day. And I hope you all have a great day. And enjoy yourselves, people online.
Good morning, everyone. We'll salute the shrine first.
Namo Buddhaya.
Namo Buddhaya.
Namo Dhammaya.
Namo Dhammaya.
Namo Sanghaya.
Namo Sanghaya.
Namo Namah.
Namo Namah.
Om. Om.
Oh, it's lovely to see everybody and welcome online. Saluting the three jewels, and I believe I overheard some people were coming into the centre for the first time when I was downstairs before, so a special warm welcome to you if you're here for the first time. And if we're doing anything that might seem a bit strange and you're not used to doing that, then please feel free to watch and listen and join in anything that you want to join in. So we're going to start with a meditation. We're going to be doing the Metta Bhavana meditation on this Sangha Day. And then after the meditation, Lokeshvara will come up and we'll watch a film and he'll be giving a talk, and we'll break out into discussion groups, and then we'll have some lunch, and then this afternoon we've got skills auction, skills auction, which will be some fun. So some of our Sangha have donated their skills, and they're auctioning them off, so we can bid for those. It's a fundraiser for the centre. And then we'll have a tea break, and then at 3:45 we have 10 people becoming Mitras this afternoon. And we're going to have that will be held in a threefold puja. We'll be celebrating those 10 people later today. So please do stay for that if you're able to, because it will be, the whole day we're hoping to be great. And when Shraddha Vijay thanked me for organising, I did say, wait till the end and then we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Shraddha Vijay, as well, for all of your input into today too. And it takes a team. I was thinking that, it takes a team of people to come together, and that's Sangha at its best, isn't it? Like everybody that's come forward to help out, to do the shrine and the tech and bringing cakes and organise the food downstairs, cleaning the centre, putting the mats out, everything, sitting on reception downstairs. It takes a team of people to hold a day like this. So thank you to everybody that's offered their help, and thank you all for coming as well to enjoy the day with us. So let's start with Metta Bhavana meditation. And just before we meditate, I've got a reading. So some of you will have seen this great book from downstairs, Abundant Treasures. It was published this year to celebrate our founder, Bhante Sangharachita. It would have been his 100th year this year if he was still alive. So there's 100 order members have written in they've chosen a piece of his work, and they've said why they've chosen it, and then the piece of his work that they've chosen is actually in print as well. So the bit that I've chosen out of this book, I mean, it's a great book to just dip into and have a look, but the bit that I've chosen is what Mahamati sent in, and it's from Bante's talk from the 70s, The Meaning of Spiritual Community. So I'll just read that out and then we'll do a Metta Bhavana meditation. Within the context of the spiritual community, then, we can be ourselves at our best and at our highest. Very often when we speak of being ourselves, we mean being ourselves at our worst, letting out the part of ourselves that we do not usually like to acknowledge. But there is another way in which we can be ourselves, for very often it is the best in us rather than the worst that has no opportunity to express itself. So, within the context of the spiritual community, we can be ourselves at our best. If necessary, we can be ourselves at our worst occasionally, but the important thing is that we can be ourselves fully, wholly, and perfectly. To be ourselves in this way is rarely possible within the context of ordinary life, even with our nearest and dearest, whether parents, husbands, or wives, or our closest friends. Only too often, on certain occasions, or in connection with certain topics, we cannot fully be ourselves. Not even with one person. Indeed, quite a few people go through their lives without being able to be themselves completely and continuously with anyone. They consequently find it very difficult even to experience themselves as they are, even to experience themselves at their best. Within the spiritual community, on the other hand, we can be ourselves, and not just with one person, but even with 2 or 3 people, even with many people. This sort of experience is perhaps unprecedented in the lives of the majority of people. Just imagine for a moment what it would be like if you were to have 5 or 6 or even 50 or 60 people present, but all of you being yourselves. This should be quite possible within the spiritual community, because here we are relating on the basis of the shared spiritual commitment, the shared spiritual ideal, relating on the basis of what is best and highest in each and every one of us. We therefore experience within the spiritual community a great relief and a great joy. Settling down into your meditation posture, maybe closing your eyes if you're comfortable to do that. You might like to take a few deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. Sighing away any tension. And having a scan through your body. Just noticing if you're holding any tension, maybe in your forehead or your jaw or your shoulders. Releasing that, have to move your body a little bit. And becoming aware of the movement of your body as you breathe. The movement of your shoulders, your belly. And then guiding your awareness to your heart. If it helps, you can put a hand on your heart. Noticing what's happening. How is your heart feeling today? And we're going to wish ourselves well. May we feel joy. May we feel love. May we feel connection. We might like to imagine the warm red shrine in the room with the red Buddha of Amitabha. We can imagine the colour red, the warmth, the love entering our hearts. And now we can pick a boon person from our Sangha. So somebody from our Sangha who, when you think of them, you immediately smile inside. They bring joy and happiness. Could be somebody who supports you through your ups and downs. Somebody who you know loves you deeply, wants the best for you. And once you have them in mind, maybe you can picture their face or their presence, get a sense of them. Feeling that love and warmth that they freely give to you. If you don't know anybody in the Sangha that well, then you could carry on with Amitabha, the Red Buddha, the warmth of his love. And reciprocating that love, that friendship, the kindness that you receive from your boon friend or Amitabha. And sending that back out to them. You want to see them happy, free from suffering. Full of joy. Including the rest of the Sangha. Taking in the people in the room. All the people online. all the people in our Sangha who are unable to be here today. We're taking in everybody else's well wishes, everybody else's joy, and also sending out well-wishing and joy to all of our Sangha, all of our friends, all of our community. Sending our metta, our love, our kindness, our friendship out to the rest of the world. To all living beings. Imagine a world where all living beings lived with love in their heart, wanted the best for each other. If we were all kind to each other. And once again, guiding your awareness back to your heart. It helps to place a hand on it. And just noticing how your heart feels now. And then letting just sitting here in this room or online with each other. Hand back to Shraddha Vijaya. Straight to you. Okay, sorry. Straight to Lokeshvara, who is now going to be, well, yes, welcome Lokeshvara.
Yeah, just let a few people come in. Welcome, welcome. There's a few seats over in this corner if you want to come over here. In fact, the next thing that we're going to do is actually watch this short film called The Sweet Mystery of Friendship. So you might want to just adjust where you're sitting so you can see the screen over here, just for at least for the duration of the film, which is 17 minutes long. So is everyone sitting comfortably? Almost, yeah. And can everyone, I mean, there's audio, so you know, you'll hear it, but if everyone can see the screen. So if you want to start play, I'll go and sit over here and then I'll say a few things afterwards.
I do not presume that I can explain spiritual friendship in a manner befitting the dignity of so signal a good, since in human affairs nothing more sacred is striven for, nothing more useful is sought after, nothing more difficult is discovered, nothing more sweet experienced, and nothing more profitable possessed. For friendship bears fruit in this life and in the next. This is a quote from Alred of Rivaux's work, Spiritual Friendship, considered one of his greatest works. In April 1990, Sangharakshita and I visited here at Rivaux Abbey amidst the 12th century ruins of what was once the greatest Cistercian abbey in Yorkshire. In Through Buddhist Eyes, Sangharakshita recounts that visit, saying, "The abbey was situated in a deep wooded valley, and already the mists were rising, providing a silvery backdrop to the massive piers and lofty pointed arches of the ruined but still very impressive nave of the church. It was here that St. Alred had lived and taught, here perhaps that he had composed his spiritual friendship, and I renewed my resolve that I would one day lead a study retreat on this beautiful Christian classic. In fact, I conceived the idea, which I communicated to Paramatta, of holding the retreat in Yorkshire and combining the study of the text with excursions to Rivaux and other monastic sites, of which there were many in the area. Unfortunately, to fulfill that wish, but that trip 36 years ago is still very vivid. The image of Alred, the much-loved abbot of Rivaux, must have still been very fresh in both of our minds as we stood here amidst the ruins of the infirmary. It was here that Sangharakshita and I recalled Alred's later years, when confined to the infirmary for several years prior to his death in 1167. Alred of Rivaux's Spiritual Friendship and Al-Ghazali's The Duties of Brotherhood in Islam were two texts that Sangharakshita thought could help us more fully appreciate the value and practice of spiritual friendship in our tradition. A few years prior to our visit here in 1990, Sangharakshita had said to me that he thought his approach to the Buddhist tradition as a whole was to put his energy into extending, clarifying and redefining what was most essential within the tradition. Spiritual friendship and Kalyana Mitrata are certainly essential themes within the Buddhist tradition, and Sangharakshita was at pains to clarify and emphasize that throughout his life. As such, it has become one of the 6 distinct emphases that have shaped the Triratna Buddhist order and community.
Then, of course, the spiritual friendship. This is one of our discoveries. Spiritual friendship is mentioned in the Pali scriptures, and of course, there is one particular famous place where the Buddha, in discussion with Ananda, says that spiritual friendship is not even just the half of the spiritual life. The brahmacharya is the whole of it. And we've taken this utterance of the Buddha very, very much to heart in a way in which I believe, so far as my knowledge goes, has never happened before in the history of the Dharma. There have of course been friendships between Buddhists throughout Buddhist history, but not this explicit emphasis on almost the supreme importance of spiritual friendship in the spiritual life.
I think it's interesting that in that passage that Sangharakshita talks about spiritual friendship, he says that in a way it is one of our discoveries. One could be forgiven for thinking that it was one of his discoveries. After all, it was Urgen Sangharakshita that saw the deeper significance of that passage in the Upada Sutta from the Samyutta Nikaya. I don't think he was just being humble. More than anybody, Sangharakshita realised that spiritual friendship wasn't just a notional thing, a set of ideas, as important as ideas are. Sangharakshita had spent decades helping us to clarify the ideas, the institutions and the social structures by which spiritual friendship could flourish in the order. He also realised that as a spiritual reality, it needed to be lived out, to be practiced, to be continually discovered and rediscovered if it was to mean anything in our lives and to be fully understood. I don't know how many times I've heard the phrase spiritual friendship is the whole of the spiritual life. Perhaps hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. It does seem that Buddhist practice can be taken for granted. It's a very human trait to take things for granted. My impression of Sangharakshita was that basically he didn't take things for granted, certainly the things that mattered. As with Alred, spiritual friendship mattered to him. It mattered deeply. The fact that he turned his attention to the topic of friendship again at the age of 92, I think, is a testament to that. If you visit our website sangharakshita.org under Teachings, you'll find many of Bante's articles. In his article, The Good Friend, The False Friend and The Spiritual Friend, written just a year before his death, he recounts the passage from the sutta where Ananda, according to the commentarial tradition, has been pursuing solitary practice and comes to the realization that individual striving constitutes at least half the spiritual life, whereas spiritual friendship, and by extension Sangha, must constitute at least the other half. The Buddha, of course, exclaims that spiritual friendship is not half the spiritual life, the brahmacharya, but the whole of the spiritual life. Bante goes on to say in his paper that the Buddha is here denying that there is any such thing as a purely individual spiritual life. Certainly a comment worthy of deep reflection. So why did Sangharakshita return to the topic of friendship so late in life when he had written and talked about it so much? I think one of the reasons may have been that he listened to an audiobook recording of A Testament to Friendship, Vera Britton's account of her relationship, her friendship with Winifred Holtby. I, for one, wasn't that surprised that he did return to the theme of spiritual friendship. The fact that he talks about our discovery of the supreme importance of spiritual friendship, not his discovery, speaks to the fact that he is passing the baton on to us, underlining the fact that it is our responsibility, or our pleasure if you like, to discover the real significance of spiritual friendship in our own lives, to test it in the fires of our experience, and to live out the truth that is contained in the Buddha's reply to Ananda, that spiritual friendship is the whole of the spiritual life. Alred of Rivaux talks about the sweet mystery of friendship, saying that the pleasure to be enjoyed in friendship has a certain interior sweetness. That interior sweetness both preserves and embraces friendship. Honey and the savour of sweetness were rare and precious commodities in the Middle Ages. For us, the sweetness of friendship is both the heights and depths of positive emotion. To taste the sweetness of friendship is to know it directly. To know it directly is, as the Buddha implies, to know the sweet taste of freedom. I think it is therefore significant that during the last few years of Sangharakshita's life, as he did throughout his life, he chose to spend time on the two things that gave him a great deal of pleasure, writing and spending time with visitors and friends. Two things that you could say he loved. In his last years, he managed to see several hundred visitors, both friends and relative strangers. And it was to friends and visitors that he would sometimes give a small memento or gift. Sangha had asked me to set aside 2 boxes full of small items that could be left within convenient reach. In the boxes were gifts, small Buddha figures, crystals, semi-precious stones, and even books that he had written himself. And these were to be given to visitors when it came time to leave. There was one occasion, in preparation for a visitor, that Sangha reached into the box and pulled out a book. Given his eyesight, he couldn't quite make out the title. So I went over and said, "Oh, Bhante, it's one of your books. What is the Sangha?" There was a pause, and Sangha, somewhat reflectively, even pensively, simply said, "I don't think people really realise how radical our practice of Sangha is." In my mind, he could well have said, "I don't think people really realise how radical our practice of friendship is." Spiritual friendship being the bedrock of Sangha, the spiritual community. In the introduction to Aulred's Spiritual Friendship, there is a passage where his contemporary, Walter Daniel, talks about Aulred's bed being surrounded by fellow monks, surrounded by friends in the spiritual life. And he says, Aulred died as he had lived, surrounded by a crowd of his monks. For many years it had been his custom to allow his monks to come to his cell in the infirmary for familiar conversations. For every day they came to it and sat in it, 20 or 30 at a time, to talk together of the spiritual delights of the scriptures and of the observance of the order. Hearing of Aulred's death, the wonderfully named Gilbert, Abbot of Swineshead from Lincolnshire, broke off his sermon to his chapter to deliver a moving eulogy, saying, "What a honeycomb, and how rich a one! There is now no honeycomb left in our homes." His discourses were like the honeycomb pouring forth the honey of knowledge. I was touched by this image of Aulred towards the end of his life being surrounded by friends, because I have this image of Bhante towards the end of his life. He, like Aulred of Rivaux, died as he lived, surrounded by friends. And I think one of the reasons that he did return to the topic of friendship so late in his life was because he knew as he drew near to death that he was very dependent on friends and of course very appreciative of his friends. There were many friends that attended him either directly or indirectly towards the end of his life. In the paper that he wrote in April 2018 called Disparities, he says, "My carers now do for me many of the things that I no longer have the strength to do myself. They do them willingly, even joyfully, which has helped to make the last year or more one of the happiest periods of my life." It seems to me that Bhante's own life was his testament to friendship.
Some of you know that there is a text in which the Buddha has a little dialogue with Ananda, his faithful companion and disciple. I'm recounting this little incident in the life of the Buddha, but I know many of you are well acquainted with it and have heard it many times, but I repeat it nonetheless. The Ananda, as sometimes he used to do, says to the Buddha, "Lord, I think that spiritual friendship is a half of the holy life, the brahmacharya." And the Buddha says, "No, don't say that, Ananda. Spiritual friendship is not a half of the spiritual life. It's the whole of it." Now, no Buddhist tradition that I'm aware of in the course of the last 2,500 years has ever taken that utterance of the Buddha seriously, or asked, what did the Buddha mean by that? He taught so many things: 4 noble truths, noble eightfold path, 6 paramitas, 5 spiritual faculties. what did he mean when he said that spiritual friendship, kalyana mitrata, is the whole of the spiritual life? Is that teaching of the Buddha, that utterance of the Buddha, that in the FWBO we've tried to explore. We've tried to go into it deeply. We've tried to plunge into it. And many of us, maybe all of you, have tried in the course of our lives, in our dealings with other people, to exemplify this ideal of spiritual friendship and make it an integral part of our lives. So this is another of the distinctive emphases of the FWBO. I'm not saying that friendship is not found elsewhere in the Buddhist world. I'm sure it is found. But it is not given the importance and even the central place that we give it in the FWBO. And we try, as you know, actually to cultivate it. We see it as at the very least, as an important aspect of the whole spiritual life. It's not easy to plumb the depths of what the Buddha meant when he said that spiritual friendship was the whole of the spiritual life. But at least we do try to do that.
Good. Yeah, thanks for showing that. So that, and by the way, that film made by Moksha, creative talent. We owe much of what's here in the centre to his fine eye for aesthetics and detail. And yeah, you saw a little bit of it was filmed here in this very space. So this morning, the invitation is that I'll just let's say a few things. I've got a few reflections on that, but we're going to have some discussion groups, and it's simply to go into that question of what does that actually mean? What does it actually mean, like for the Dharma life, to be based on friendship, spiritual friendship? And I mean, like Paramartha said, I mean, I think I've probably heard that phrase, the whole of the Kalyana Mitrata is the whole of the Dharma life or the spiritual life, many, many times. And I've tried to think of it a little bit more deeply recently, and I realised that I've often thought of it as, I definitely value it, it's an important value in my life, but I've thought of it as a support for other things that I do, for my meditation, my ethical practice, everything else really. I don't think I've really taken on like the whole, like as though that is the whole of the life, right? So that's the invitation. Like, so if you're quite new to Triratna or, to this centre, it's like, well, what might that mean? But if you're quite experienced, it's like, well, what has it meant for you? What does it mean? So that's the, that's the invitation, is simply to go into that question and go, what might it mean? What does it mean? What can it mean for it to be the whole of one's life? The whole of one's life. And by the way, it's an entirely legitimate way of approaching a spiritual tradition, and it's an entirely legitimate way in which the Buddhist tradition has evolved, which is to take something, maybe a short teaching, and then work out the implications of it. All of Buddhism is that, as it were. There might be a teaching on meditation, anapanasati, almost like a whole tradition kind of rolls out of that over the centuries. It might be to do with the altruistic dimension, and a whole tradition of the Bodhisattva ideal kind of rolls out of that. So this is Sangharakshita taking a very legitimate piece, because it's not the only place that the Buddha talks about friendship or Kalyana Mitrata. There are several references, but there's very few where he says it's the whole of, but nevertheless it's completely legitimate just to go, what does that mean? And also that there isn't really, just to by the way and to preface a group discussion, there isn't really a right answer, because as you might have noticed in the film, Sangharakshita doesn't actually answer the question. Like, he doesn't actually answer it. What he did was set up the means for us to explore the question. And that's what Triratna is. It is the means of exploring that question. I mean, there are several other questions that we also explore, but that is one of the things that we try and do, is explore that question. What could it mean that this kind of connection with other people can be the whole of one's life? What does that actually mean? So I say that because, whenever there's a question like that, it might mean it's just like, you might reflect. When I say there isn't a right answer, it also means it's very easy with questions like this just to assume then that we're not really doing it somehow, or not doing it enough. But I think we can sort of fling that idea away, actually, because it's like it's like we're all striving for awakening or enlightenment. That's an entirely legitimate activity, and we don't have to judge ourselves harshly by the fact we're not yet enlightened. Right? So the same sort of analysis or criteria applies to this question, I think. If you place it, it's not like we're trying to become sort of like the perfected friend, as it were. But what does it mean to place that idea and that activity at the heart of our lives? What does that actually mean? So again, actually another interesting thing is that because it hasn't been fully worked out in the Buddhist tradition, it's very interesting then that Sangharakshita has looked these other sources, from other traditions. I mean, he mentions, doesn't it, the film is about Alred of Revo, in fact, and that beautiful text, Spiritual Friendship, and he also mentions Al-Ghazali's The Duties of Brotherhood in Islam. And there are other texts as well, but again, that's a wonderful thing then to, and it is a wonderful aspect of our tradition that, done in the right way, we can go and look at these other sources, and we can bring them in to the conversations that we have. It requires a little bit of care and sensitivity, that project, of course, but you can be inspired by how other people have tried to go into those questions. In fact, Vashankar, if you don't mind me quoting you, but you were just reading this book about pastoral care, which is in a way it's a Christian way of describing Kalyana Mitrata, and you were very struck, as was I, by it was called non-professional support, I think, something like that, and even activity that's a bit foolish. In a way, maybe there's an archetype of the fool in being a friend to people. Anyway, who knows? But there was something about that I really liked, and one of the ways in which one of my friends and teachers, and many of you will know of his work, Subhuti, he did a kind of a bit of a delve into Kalyana Mitrata, and he used this framework that he drew from Tibetan Buddhism, the four tantric rites. And it's a very interesting way of looking at friendship. In fact, I wrote them down so I could just tell you what they are. They're basically sort of Tibetan magic that gets sublimated to the Dharma. But basically, that's what they are. So there's the red rite of fascination that draws not your beloved, but the transcendental towards you. There's the white rite of pacification, where you subdue demons and bring them to serve you or to help you in your efforts on the path. There's the black rite of destruction, where you destroy negative forces, and there's the yellow rite of prospering, where you foster the creative forces. And so there was a beautiful invitation there, is just to look at friendship as a kind of magical activity. And I think that speaks to this non-professional help, if you like, that although frameworks of coaching and mentoring and teaching can be extremely helpful, and it's not like we can't benefit from them, but there's something about, in this sense, friendship is pointing to something which is beyond, it's ineffable, right? So actually, no framework can quite do that. It's like there is something mysterious and magical about it, that it invites us to evoke, to live, to challenge, as it were. So, in fact, challenge, now that's an interesting area. And I'll just say something about that, actually, difficulty. Because it's almost like sometimes I feel by trying to create a community that's based on friendship, that's based on a way of relating. Another way that we describe this is we're trying to relate to each other on the basis of love, not power. And it's almost like when you do that, amazing possibilities open up, but also there are certain things where it has certain kind of limitations that we have to recognize as well. So, and I'm going to give you an example here of how, there are always kind of different opinions and different tensions in any community. And one of them that is going on at the moment here and in generally in society, but it's a navigation to how we can legitimately have spaces. It's been particularly in this area of between trans or non-binary and women's spaces in particular. Maybe it comes up a bit for men's spaces. But sometimes I feel, as chair of the centre, I've been asked, and same with the trustees, I get asked to almost like arbitrate. In other words, make a decision, come down on like one side or the other. And I'm like, no, that's, I'm not actually that interested in doing that. It's about how do we navigate that as a community? Yeah, how do we navigate that as a community? And if we take this principle of Kalyana Mitrata really seriously, the principle of like friendship where we really try and see each other, what that means is we have to use that to then get into connection, relationship, conversation with people who hold different views to our own. Yeah? So that's my invitation today. I'm not here to make a decision on that issue, but I'm here to invite you to, on that or any other tension point in our community, to engage with people who may have a different perspective to your own. And you're engaging with them not to try and convince them of your own view, but to really learn and understand what their perspective is. And somehow, it's not an easy thing, right? But somehow there is a kind of an alchemy, a kind of magic that can arise, and actually that's where solutions come, ideally, in a community like ours. It's not an easy project, right? But the other way of doing it is just like, someone, maybe me or something, writes a protocol and, and you can all react to it. I don't really want that. I mean, there is another thing there. So if we use this principle of Kalyana Mitrata, it's like, it's all really beautiful. We can think of it as being really heartfelt, but actually we can use it to engage in very challenging and difficult areas. And one of the dangers, actually, of that is that we use the fact that we get to know each other well to avoid, we sort of weave around the thing. Yeah, we all do that. I've done that. I've done it on Teams. I've done it, it's like, actually in a secular organisation, there would just be a protocol that we would follow. It'd just be a grievance procedure or something, and we just like follow the steps and so on, and it'd be a bit uncomfortable and a bit unclunky or something, but we just like move through it. We're trying to do something, it's almost like we're trying a qualitative approach, and it's quite hard to do. It requires energy and engagement and But it's a really, I mean, the benefits are immense if when we pull it off, right? The benefits are immense. And actually, generally, we do it pretty well, even though we also do avoid. So anyway, I just say that as an invitation. Don't, you know, this principle, which is sublime, the idea of Kalyana Mitrata, we can use it to navigate, not to avoid tensions and difficulties. I also wonder, right, how long have I got? Yeah. Whether, I mean, using the word friendship, again, it's like such the right word to use, and it has a certain connotation where you might think, oh my God, I need to be like really friendly, and I'm not. I'm literally not looking at anyone in particular here. I was like, I've just realised I'm trying to avoid eye contact for a moment. But you know, it's not like it's a principle of communication, actually. So although it does generally lead to a reasonably warm and friendly atmosphere, actually it doesn't really mean that. It's not quite friendship in the way that we might generally think of it as existing in life. It's a mode of communication. It doesn't mean that we have to have lots of friends, right? You can be in our community and actually just get to know one or two people really well. You'll know other people less well, but that's all we need for a really good and deep and satisfying life, is to be witnessed by a small number of other people. And it requires building trust and being willing to show ourselves and so on. And maybe that's where the other half comes in, Kalyana. It's this beautiful word. I think I said in the little video I made, it means beautiful, auspicious, noble, skillful in the sense of ethical. And it's even, the Buddha uses it as a synonym for awakening in some of the texts, Kalyana Mitrata. So, you know, it's a beautiful thing just to even just roll it around, actually, and see where we get with it. I'll just tell, if I've got time, I'll just tell a little personal story, if you don't mind the, you know, if it's, no, I don't think it's indulgent, but it illustrates to me, like, what it can mean and why there is a kind of mysterious element to it. Because I did the Tools for Living Your Life class yesterday morning, so I told this, or a version of this story then, that I'll try and sort of précis it, but I started off by saying, oh, well, way before I was a Buddhist, and I grew up in this little town in Norfolk, right? So over the other side of the country. It's a small market town. When I looked into the history of it several years ago, I found out that literally nothing important had ever happened there. It's just a quiet town. Norfolk is a place where change happens quite slowly. It's a lovely place, very agricultural. I did find out there had been a poaching incident in like 1868 or something. Nothing really happens there. And I grew up and we had dogs, and one of my jobs was to take the dogs for a walk in the evening. So there were some street lights, and as you walk out of the town, past the chicken factory, by the way, that's what I lived next to, helps to make you a lifelong vegetarian. Out into the night, another thing about Norfolk, it doesn't rain very much, so often starry skies. So I'd walk out of the town into this huge starry sky, and I would look up, and I would literally, this is like from about age 12 to maybe 17, I'd go, what is my life going to be? You know, what is my life going to look like? I mean, I sort of knew I wasn't going to stay in that town, you know, although I'm very fond of it these days. But I was like, I want my life to be something more. And there were some things I knew that were important to me. I knew friendship was important. I knew I had a real strong kind of nomadic urge to move or to travel. And I knew actually, even at that age, even in a confused, you know, teenage state of mind, I knew that community was important to me in some sort of way. And, you know, so, I mean, I had many other sort of things going on, as you do at that age, and, you know, things aren't clear. But when I look back, I could tell that there were some things that were important, some values, if you like. So it wasn't like a particular career that I wanted, but there were the values that I wished to express in my life. If we just, like, scroll on 20 years. And I come across Triratna, I learned to meditate, loved the community aspect, went to live at one of the retreat centres, some of you know this, Padmaloka, and so I'd been there quite a number of years, and one night, I had a room right up on the top floor of the house. All these footsteps stamping up the stairs like this, like it was like an army coming up the stairs. Burst in, like 3-4 guys burst in. It's basically most of the ordination team. They're the people who help people train for ordination. They burst in and they go, "We've got a job for you." And they came crowded into this room. They sat down. They said, "Look, you really like travelling, don't you? And you really like friendship, and you like living here. So we've designed a job for you. You're going to be based here, and then you're going to go around the country, and you're going to visit the different Triratna centres around the country. That's your job, yeah? What do you think?" I was just like, wow. It was like being completely seen. It happened, right? That means they had to know me. So, I'd been willing to sort of show myself, and we have this practice of life stories and, all just like working out and But somehow in that process, there'd been this, I hadn't sort of like tried to maneuver to get that kind of, it literally didn't exist. They made it up so that I could do it, I was just like that. So that's friendship, right? That's the kind of friendship. It's not coaching, it's not mentoring, it's something magical there. It's something beautiful in that, actually, that those guys had just like come in and said, like, "We see you and this is what we propose for you. Are you interested?" It was amazing. So that's what it can be, right? It doesn't always go as well as that, by the way. Whenever you raise something up, we all know when it hasn't worked and where connections have broken and so on. And I know of friendships that have broken in our community and, they haven't repaired, or sometimes they've taken decades to repair. So, I don't want to just hold it up as a sort of a unambiguously sort of positive thing that never has any other, consequences and so on. But nevertheless, I've got enough evidence in my own life and from people I've witnessed that actually taking it seriously is a really good thing to do. Just taking it seriously. And it has benefits for all of your connections in your life. It's not just about developing them here in the community. People tell me how much it has helped their communication with their partner, with their children, with their work colleagues, with anyone they meet in other contexts. So it's just about seeing people, seeing the individuality of people, seeing someone's potential for growth, seeing them as beautiful in a way. There's one of the most amazing descriptions of a conversation I've ever read comes from Subhuti, where he says, "I sat there listening to somebody moan about something," right? He said, "This is a friend of mine, they're moaning on about something." He said, "And yet, as they, whinged on," he said, "somehow I could see something beautiful in that person, something that was trying to be expressed, just like the sunlight piercing through the cracks in a badly built wall." I was like, wow, what an amazing thing to say. And I sort of know what he means, actually. I know, I haven't got quite as poetic language as him, but there's something about that, about witnessing us all and our messiness as well. Just the things that do trip us up, the limitations we've got. There's something in there that's really important. So anyway, the invitation is that we spend a bit of time just rolling that question around, like what does it mean for this idea of Kalyana Mitrata, spiritual friendship, to be the whole of the spiritual life. I'll just say one thing to finish, that I wonder, when I started to think, have I really taken it seriously myself as the whole? I made a connection with the deathless, actually. When the Buddha, after this night of awakening, and what is almost like one of the first words that the Buddha uttered was, "The deathless has been attained." And I wonder whether, now I'm not going to unpack this, like I had a whole process that just came in a second of like what the connection was. But one of the concepts in the Dharma I really respond to is in the later tradition, it was something that's called Shunyata Karanagarbha, the essence of Shunyata, voidness, if you like, and Karana, compassion. And I think it's just a commentary on the Buddha talking about wisdom and compassion. And I think that friendship has to have both these elements, right? It has a wisdom element to it and a compassion element to it. And therefore, actually, perhaps, Kalyan, maybe this is just a pure speculation on my part, but when the Buddha says the whole, he means because it can be the thing, the type of relationship that actually acknowledges the beauty and poignancy of another human being. Something like that, possibly. Right? That's just a personal speculation. Anyway, I will leave that there. I'll again, as Shubhanita or Shraddha Vijaya said, if you want a quiet space for the next hour, you're welcome just to come and sit in here. But if you want to be in a discussion group, you're very welcome to. We can spread out across the whole building, and I think you're going to tell us how we're going to do that. Yeah. Great. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my goodness, Lokeshvara. I'm not even going to try and pull out a pearl from it. Was just amazing. Thank you. So much to think about. So yeah, we're going to go into groups in a moment or two. Online people, I think Buddha Saviours is going to do his magic with you and organise discussions. And after our discussions, we're going to go straight into lunch. So we won't be coming back in here. If you need to know that for the online people, yeah. What we're going to do then, you've got the option to stay in here, but I'm going to do my primary school teacher, Mrs. Vinton thing, and come round and give you all a number, 1 to 7, and if you forget which group is which, there is a list over on the door there. I will give you your number first, then I will tell you where the different numbers go and who you're going to be with. And if you're like me and you forget things like that, then hang on to the number of fingers or something. Okay, so I'll just come round, have a number 1 to 7, and then I'll tell you where those different groups are going to go. Bye-bye, online people, until 2 o'clock. See you later.
Or we're going to need to reiterate.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello. Oh, how lovely. All this wonderful, wonderful conversation. But we have to get on because we've got such a full afternoon. Very exciting afternoon. Welcome back, everybody who is here this morning. And welcome to all those people who've arrived at lunchtime. Welcome particularly to the friends and family of those people who are going to be joining our Mitra Sangha this afternoon. And welcome back to everybody online. Yeah, so many thanks. I can't leave it to the end because it will probably go off in quiet, but so many people have helped to make this day such a wonderful success, I think. It's been a lovely, lovely day. And there are people beavering away in the background that I can't even begin to name. So let me just say thank you to anybody who's helped us today, because it's been such a lovely day so far. I must give special thanks, though, to this next team of people who are going to be running our skills auction. It is such a job to get that going. I know I've seen Sophie several times as she's sort of really trying to work things out. It's such a big job. Thank you so much, Sophie, for doing all of that. And we've got, I don't know if you're doing anything this afternoon, Sophie, but we've certainly got Alison and Maria and Sue, and it looks like Helen. And did you find your second runner?
Yeah, Karen and Tara, but also many if we need three, if I come too lumbering.
Wonderful.
So, yeah.
That's great. So thank you all. Thank you. I know how much work it takes to put this on. And thank you to everybody who has offered their skills. We've got an amazing selection for you to bid for. So that's going to happen very, very shortly. After the skills auction, there'll be a short tea break, and then we're going to have the absolute highlight of the day, I think, where we have the rejoicings in our new Mitra Sangha, and then the puja, during which those Mitras are going to make their commitment to joining or to being part of Triratna. So a very, very, very nourishing part of the afternoon, I think. We're aiming to finish, I think, at about 5:30. I think it's been extended a little bit from 5 o'clock to fit everything in. So I'm going to stop now. I'm going to hand over to the skills auction people. But can we just have a minute or two for people to come in and settle? And welcome to everybody who's just arriving now. Okay, hope you enjoy the afternoon.
Hello, beautiful human beings. Oh, my goodness, there's so many of you. Is there...
There's a couple of cushions at the front.
Yeah.
If you want to come and sit near the front.
There's a chair, if you want a chair. There are a few chairs here, I think, as well. Okay, so it is the skills auction. Wow, and we've. I'm guessing lots of you will have looked at the list online. So before we start, I'm just going to talk. Well, first of all, who am I? I am Maria, and this lovely person standing next to me is Sue. Thank you. That's the reason why we do it. Thank you. So we are going to be taking you through all the lots. But before we do that, we're just going to say a few bits in terms of the logistics and so on. And first of all, I just wanted to say, what's it for? Where's the money going? Why are we, what are we doing it for? And it really is, I know Lokeshvara has talked before about this, an opportunity for us all to contribute to the vision of an abundant centre going forward. So it's like this rolling ball of abundant moss, and it's starting with the skills auction. So we're sort of whipping up some funds so that we can really, keep growing, keep developing, and moving towards our new centre. So just to let you know, that's the benefit of all your bids. So I'm going to hand over to Sue now, and she's going to just talk through the logistics of how to bid and how we're going to run it.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and everyone on YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to work our way through the lots, and if you would, if the person offering the lot is in the room and would like to say a few words, we'll be bringing round a microphone. If you would like to bid in the room, stick your hand up and shout out the amount. We'll point at you and then tell us what you're prepared to bid. If you're on YouTube, you need to get a bit ahead of the game because there's a bit of a time delay, so it's not entirely fair. So if you are on YouTube, I would kind of look ahead and get your bids in quick. And we're just going to monitor how that works because we're not quite sure how long the time delay is. So yeah, that's a kind of suck it and see, that one. So we're going to dive straight in with lot 1, which is Debbie Leftwich, who I can see at the back of the room, and Prechabia is bringing you a microphone. And Debbie is offering 2 sessions in map reading, orientation, and then a day out putting it all into practice.
Yeah, so thank you. So my offering is for walkers. We're surrounded in Manchester by such beautiful and varied countryside, and I know there are many people in the Sangha who are really keen on hill walking. So this is for those people who have no idea where they are or where they're going, really. When they're out on the hills, not in life generally. So the plan is that we'll have half a day here, up in the library. I think that's around the 13th of March next year. And we'll just spend a couple of hours sort of doing basic map reading skills. So things like understanding what a grid reference is, a compass bearing, which is a really important skill for just knowing direction of travel, and some sense of how long a walk is likely to take. So sort of translating the scale to an actual walk. So helping you maybe plan a day's walk if that's your intention. And I think the other, for me, map reading really adds another dimension to walking. The maps we have in Britain are really wonderful. They're so incredible. They represent the land, the 3-dimensional landscape, in a 2-dimensional way, with complete and utter accuracy. The Victorians were great surveyors. So you'll end up with a skill. Well, you need to practice like everything, but to be able to look at a map and from the map have an understanding of what the land looks like, and vice versa, to look at the land and to be able to sort of retranslate that into 2 dimensions is a really lovely thing to be able to do, I think, on a walk. So we're going to do all that for an afternoon, and then we'll have a day's walk. And when I was taught to navigate, we spent time out in the hills, taking it in turns to lead. But whoever was leading, everybody else in the group needed to follow the route, and our trainer would stop and ask, anybody where we were. So in other words, what I'm trying to say in a convoluted way is we'll be using the skills all day when we're out on the hills. So yes, I think there was a slight sort of loss in translation because it's got down orienteering as part of the offering. There won't be any orienteering. I'll do my utmost to organise a walk with a cafe at the end of it. And obviously it'll be a really enjoyable day and a half, I hope. So whoever if anybody's interested, I'll try and organise an area that's going to be convenient for everybody. You know, we can sort that out later. Sorry, I've been talking for ages, haven't I? Right.
So we've got down here, Debbie, that it's for 5 people.
Yeah, I think 5's about right.
And the dates we've got down here are the 14th and 15th of March.
Yeah, the 14th. The 14th is inside. That'll be the kind of classroom. And then, the following day, ideally, if people can't make it, there'll be some flexibility around that, or the weather's awful, you know. Yeah.
Great, fantastic. Okay, can we have a starting bid, please? And we have 5 places. Moksha Suri. £10. Any advances or matching offers?
25.
Oh, Susanna 20. Who was the other voice? 25?
Yeah.
Right. Any more for any more? We've got 3 there. Three bids there. Any more? 2 more places. That was 3. 2, 3.
What's your bid to 20?
2 more spaces.
Is anybody online?
Is anybody online? Anyone online bid for that? No.
Not so far anyway, but there's a massive time delay.
Okay. So do we have those 3 different?
So we've still got another 2 places, basically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
But what we don't sell today, or we will be keeping alive online, and people can continue to bid that way as well.
Okay. Going, gone. Thank you.
No, I think I'll do it.
Okay. 20 quid. Fabulous.
I'll up mine to 20.
You'll up yours to 20.
I'll do it as well.
Hooray! How much?
30.
30. Fantastic.
Is that 5?
That's 5. Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you. Lot number 2. Oh, we should just say, in a minute, what will happen? In a minute, you will get a voucher from our lovely team over here. And if you could take your voucher when you're leaving the centre today to the till downstairs and pay, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
We haven't worked out our dance routines and songs for when this is happening. What a great start, though. That's fantastic. Brilliant. Yay. Brilliant. So, moving on to lot number 2, Ratnagita, who I don't think is here. No. Is offering a voucher for 2 at the Richmond Tea Rooms. They're worth £60. The suggestion is minimum bid 20 to 25. Has anybody not been to the Richmond Tea Rooms? Okay, so that means a lot of you have. How would you describe the Richmond Tea Rooms, people that have been? Camp! Camp for the people online. How else? Opulent. Sorry, I'm deaf in one ear. Opulent. Camp, lush, opulent.
Opulent.
Yes, it is really beautiful. It is, and it is all those words. So, do we have?
It isn't too bad either.
The food's delicious.
And vegan. So,
Starting bids. Would anybody like to bid for this voucher for 2? It's in the city centre on Sackville Street. Thank you. £20. We have £20.
Mini.
Okay, yeah, Millie. We've got 20. Anyone want to go above 20? 30, Shapakshani, for lashings of scones. Any more than 30? Oh. Have you actually said your amount yet? Or was that just for raising your hand? 50. Oh, wow, thank you. And what's your name? Sorry. Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth. Any advances on £50?
Think of the campness.
Yeah, the opulence, the scones. No? Last chance. Anyone online there?
There was Vajanista £20 for Debbie, but that's a bit late now.
Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh, anyway, I'll park that suffering. So, going on to Elizabeth. Yay! Okay,
So can I just clarify? So we got Elizabeth and Shripakshini won that bid. There were 2 vouchers, yeah?
No, one voucher for 2 people.
Oh, 1 voucher. So Shripakshini wins it. Elizabeth.
Okay, and the next bid, do we need to wait for you to do vouchers? That's quite a simple one, isn't it? Just one person. Yeah. Okay. So is Tara Yogini. Would you like to tell us about Mind Creative, Mind Reactive?
As briefly as you can.
I love creating and messing with paints, and I want you to come and join me. You do not have to be an artist. I don't consider myself a painter of realistic drawings. So just whatever you think being an artist is, throw that away and come and have some fun. And it will be surprisingly dharmic, I think. In my experience, it's very dharmic. So please come and join me. I love having paints out and I love doing it here. So we'll be up in the Tower Room, which is my favourite place.
And there's space for 12 people, and the date is Saturday the 10th of January from 2 till 4:30. So have we any bids for that? That's 12 spaces.
Yes.
Sylvia, £10. Who's going to join Sylvia for the painting? Yay.
Yeah,
£10. What's your name? Say again? Rachel.
Rachel.
Beata? 15? Sorry. Ian, 15? Yes, please. Rick, for 15. Five. Hello. Charlotte for 15. At 10? You preach your beer at 20?
Can you get near the microphone?
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Any more for any more? Adam for 15. Come on. Yes. Tom at 10. Sounds like the hit parade, doesn't it? Tom at number 10, coming in. 2 more. Come on. Let's not waste 2 spaces. Hello.
Hannah, 15.
Hannah at 15, and the last place goes to...
We can sell it online afterwards.
We'll sell it online afterwards. Thank you very much. Oh, that's quite a lot of... yeah. Okay, so we need a voucher moment there.
Yeah,
I
we
think,
need a
'cause
voucher
we've
moment.
got quite a lot of people, but we've got a lot of people to thank, haven't we, on this?
Oh, yes. No, thank you, Sue. So, while we're having this voucher moment, what I really wanted to say is that for myself and Sue, we've just rocked up today and are sort of speaking out here, but there's been a team behind this who have been amazing. And particularly Sophie. Sophie has worked for months on putting this list together, behind the scenes. Yeah, exactly. With the sterling help of Alison Darling there at the computer.
And Hilary. Hilary's been absolutely fabulous by doing the website, setting it all up. Pekshapri have set up the email, things that are far beyond this Luddite, but they were absolutely fabulous. Hilary's just been marvel.
Brilliant. Okay, I think I'll move on to the next lot, which is going to be SAS. Sorry, we've moved this around a little bit.
Oh, right,
yes. It was not at lot number 15, but we've moved it up to number 4. Yes, and SAS is going to tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so I am offering... Oh, I can see everybody without my glasses now. So I'm offering a Kundalini Yoga and Gong Bath workshop. So basically, the Kundalini Yoga bit is just some very gentle movements to get the energy going in the body. So we'll work through the different energy centres. We'll do a little bit of breath work. It'll be very relaxing. It's very accessible, body positive practice. You can do it on a chair. So I'm basically saying that anybody can do it, so don't worry. Because I think sometimes you hear the word yoga and you think, oh, that's not for me, but this is really accessible. And then that will be followed by a gong bath. Now, my friend has got 4 enormous gongs, and he's very kindly offered to come and play them for us. So it's an absolutely amazing experience if you've never done a gong bath before, because the vibrations of the gongs just kind of vibrate through the whole of your body. But it's really relaxing, and when I've done it, I just go off on you just kind of go off on a journey. Like you go into space, you could go anywhere. But it's really, and what it does is it results in feeling, it's as though, I'm really selling this, aren't I? It's as though the whole of your being has kind of been shaken apart and then put together. But there's a kind of sense of relaxation in that. So it's the vibrations, basically, that work on you. Nodding, Robin, as though you kind of know what I'm talking about. You're there, okay. So come along, do a little bit of gentle movement, experience the gongs, and yes, I need to finish now. It's February the 28th, 2 till 4 at Bodywise, and I think we can just about fit 12 in. Yeah.
So Saturday the 28th of February from 2 till 4 at Bodywise, and there are 12 places. So
Suggested bid is
£20. But whatever, whatever you can manage.
25.
Oh, 25 from Tara Yogini. 25 from Mokshasuri. 25 from Debbie Leftwich. 25 from Nadia.
Beth.
20.
And Nadia.
Okay. Pause, everybody. Pause. Pause, recap.
The entire back row just joined in, so...
After Debbie...
Debbie, Beth and Nadia.
Yeah.
There's one online by Val Smith.
Val Smith online.
We're still on the yoga.
Yes.
Yeah.
How much?
20.
20.
20.
From me.
20 from Helen. I've lost count.
20 from me.
20 from
Alison. Shubanita, 20.
How many have we got? Dramatic silent pause, everybody.
We've got 4 spaces left.
20 quid from me.
2 for 50 from Tom. Tom is up, yeah. 1 for Andre. And 25 Vanessa.
Who was the person after Tom, sorry?
Andre.
And what was the bid? 25. Thank you. That's it. Yay.
You got Vanessa there, yeah.
No, Val, you mean on
No, Vanessa.
No, Vanessa. We can squeeze another one in, can we? Sal? Yeah, we can squeeze. Yeah.
Okay, so now we move on. Do you need a moment? Do you need a voucher moment? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. We have Steve Robinson, who's offering piano lessons. So, Steve, would you just like to tell us about that? We've all got microphones.
So, I'm offering 2 one-hour piano lessons, but they don't have to be piano lessons. If you already play an instrument, you can bring your instrument and we can do some duets together. Or if you want a piano lesson and you're a beginner, that's fine. Or you can have an improver's lesson. And the whole thing is very relaxed, so we can have a cup of coffee and we can also listen to some music from different periods of classical music history. So it's a nice sort of 1 hour listening and playing. And it's at my house in Stretford, which is quite easy to get to. It's about 20 minutes on the bus. So that's 2 one-hour lessons. So that's for 2 people, 1 person each. Okay.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any bids for a piano lesson with Steve? I'd like to bid Steve. Can I bid £30? Any more?
We've got a pre-bid at 70.
Ooh.
Thank you, whoever you are.
Any more for piano lessons? Just 2, that's it. Okay, great, thank you very much.
Right, moving on to lot number, I think I've lost track of the numbers, but 5. Indian street food, Indian craft documentary and chat. And I don't think that means talk, does it? Because it's got 2 T's. Two T's. Yes, so this is for 6 people. And you're invited to join Sophie and Tara Lochner at Tara Lochner's house. Now, even if you don't like Indian food, go for the house because it is really, really beautiful, in a beautiful setting. So this is January the 17th. It's for 6 people. There'll be a film, there'll be craft practices, there'll be chat with 2 T's. So who'd like to start bidding?
We've got 2 pre-bids at 30 and 50, so actually we've only got 4 spaces left.
Oh, we've only got 4 spaces left, and we've got 2 bids at 30 and 50. It's in Diggle, by the way. She lives in Diggle, down quite a sort of narrow lane. But yes,
The date.
Oh, the date. Sorry. The date is 17th of January, Saturday evening, I suppose. Yeah.
6 p.m. I think.
6 p.m. Okay. I mean, you could ask her to stay over. It's so nice there. she knows me. Anybody else? Yes, Peter. 20. Yes.
What's the name?
Beata. Yeah.
Steve?
I'll be 20 as well for that.
Lovely. 20 for Steve. So we've got 2 more spaces.
I'll go on.
It's in Diggle, which is sort of out beyond Oldham. Is that right?
Yes.
You need to get in a car with somebody, but I'm sure there'll be somebody. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Mary, and that was £20. So one, oh, that's it. Oh, sorry, Mahabodhi.
We got that.
Oh, good, brilliant,
Great.
lovely. Well done, fantastic. Moving on.
Okay, so next we have Tanya Bastia. Not here. Okay, so who is a Bodywise practitioner, who's offering shiatsu workshop, an introduction to the wonderful healing potential of shiatsu and qigong. We will explore the origins of these energy-based practices and learn some of the techniques through shiatsu and gentle movement. Wear comfortable clothes, long sleeves, trousers and socks. a minimum of 10, a maximum of 20, and it's 1 hour. Suggested bid of sort of between £12 and £15, and that is Saturday, February the 7th, 3 to 4 p.m, here in the Lotus Hall in your socks. There. So, do we have any bids for... It was Saturday the 7th of February, 3 to 4 p.m. here. 15? Anybody joining for...
I highly recommend Tanya. She teaches us at Butterfield North. She's brilliant. Very lovely. I'm going 15.
Alison, 15? Saturday. Me, 15.
7th of February.
3 to 4 p.m.
How many spaces? Between
10 to 20.
Okay, we'll pick up the rest online.
Pick up the rest online. Fabulous.
Okay, so the very same person, Tara Bastia, is offering a 1 hour shiatsu treatment. And the ordinary price, if you went to her, would be £60. So this is just for one person. It's £60 at Bodywise Monday morning or Macclesfield on other days. Any bidders for a 1 hour shiatsu treatment with the very marvellous Tanya? Yes, how much would you like to bid, Sophie?
I'll go for 60.
60. Oh, nice one. Yes. Lovely.
We've just hit the 1,000 mark.
Just to let you know, those online, Alison has just said we've hit the 1,000 mark. Great.
Where are we up to? Ratnaguna. Is he here? Yeah. Would you like to come and talk about your offer?
Very brief.
Thank you. It's called Radiating Love, and the Buddha used to teach the Metta Bhavana rather differently than the way we do it. And in the Metta Sutta, he puts it out how to do it. And it's very interesting because what you do is you develop metta towards the east, which is, well, that way. So in front of you, behind you, both sides, up and down. So you end up radiating love. But you know when he says that? He says, whether you're walking, standing, sitting, or lying, in other words, whatever you're doing, you should be doing that practice. So the Metta Bhavana isn't something you do once in a day or once every few days or once in a while. It's something we should be doing all the time. Or we could do all the time, I should say. And I've been doing this more recently when I'm walking to town and back and I'm walking through town. If I remember, I just radiate metta out towards everybody. It has an amazingly good effect. I'm no longer in my thoughts thinking about what I got to do and etc. It's more like I forget myself and there I am and everyone. I just feel love towards everyone. It's a really great practice. So I thought I'd introduce you to that. It'll be a 2-hour session, and we'll meet here and we'll have a look at the relevant part of the Metta Sutta, and then we'll do it. And what we'll do is we'll go out there and we'll walk around the streets, maybe even through the Arndale Centre, because they really need it, the people in the Arndale Centre. And you're just radiating love indiscriminately to anyone, anybody at all. It's a really great practice. And on the way in, I thought we could do a follow-up. We'll have that one session, and then a month later or so, we'll follow up and report back on how we're getting. Yep.
Fabulous. Thank you. And that is Sunday the 19th of April, 2 till 4 p.m. Unlimited numbers. So who'd like to come and join Ratnaguna?
I've been told to say something.
Oh, okay.
Lowest bid £30.
I think you might have just got it.
Yes. Fab. Any more for any more?
bid.
That was
£30 bid, yeah.
from
Maria, that's me. I'm
From
bidding £30.
Shradavajaya, and we also had Lokeshvara
And Sachamuni.
Sunday, the 19th of April. Shubhanita 30.
Ian 30.
Ian 30. Joanne 30. Shrapansky 30.
Actually, I'll do 30.
Maria 30. Helen 30.
Lovely.
Effie 30.
Oh, the Arndale's never going to look back.
No.
And it really needs it. Any more? Upeksha Priya.
Upeksha
30
30.
for Upeksha Priya.
What's your name again? Sylvia.
Lucy and Dorothy?
Lucy 30. Is there a chance, so I'd like to do it, but I need to check my planner, so could I come in later if I can do it?
Unlimited numbers.
Unlimited numbers, so yeah, okay, great.
Might be more expensive.
Nadia 30.
I'll go on then.
Susanna
30.
30. Fantastic.
Yeah, we're doing the weekend move on, I think.
Fab.
As it's unlimited, because I can't predict that. It will be
Mm.
open online. Can it be open online until really close?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you want a place where you can
I would like a place, but I'm not completely sure I'm free, so I,
keep that open
yeah,
and do it online?
yeah.
Yeah.
Good sell.
Okay, so we're now on to bid number 9.
Yes.
Yes,
I'll
so
do the look.
I just have to let you into something funny. When I looked at this quickly last night, I thought it said 3 pints. I thought Diane Andy was going to buy people 3 pints of something. I thought maybe next year. Anyway, it's not 3 pints, it's 3 prints, and my lovely assistant here is holding them up. This is lot number 1. Sorry, you've written them, I don't know the names of them.
Reaching upwards.
Mossy Rocks.
Reaching up. It says reaching upwards on the back.
Oh, reaching upwards. It's lot number 3 then, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Reaching upwards. Okay, and there's a
reserve
price, isn't there?
There's a reserve price, so the reserve price on that one is £40.
I think that one has gone, sorry.
Okay.
A reserve price on it, but let me, I sent it through just a second. It was
This is the Isle of Skye one. Excuse the language. So it's different moods on Lokeshvara.
Okay. So while we're looking into that one, this is different moods on Loch Dunvegan on the Isle of Skye, and the price or the minimum bid would be 50 quid.
That's right, yep.
And we've got one more, which by the powers of deduction must be Mossy Rocks on the edge of a forest. Here it is.
Boulders at the forest edge.
Boulders at the forest edge, and £20 or more for this one. 20 for
Boulders.
boulders. Steera Jyoti would like 20 for boulders. Do we know anything about the first one yet? Sophie, have we got a bid on the first one?
We've got Mossy Rocks. Tarabandon made a bid of 25 quid.
Oh, that's what you've... okay.
Five.
Well, it's good to know you've got the same taste as you live in the same house together. Okay, so Mossy Rocks has gone for 25 to Taravandana. So we've got different moods on the lock, the series of 3. Any bids on that? 50 quid, sort of thereabouts? What about Reaching Upwards, which was £40, which is...
Show again.
Show again.
No, that's Mossy Rock.
Oh, sorry, that's Mossy Rock.
No, this is Reaching Upwards. It says so on the back.
That's helpful, isn't it?
Any bids? No takers as yet. We'll leave those ones online. Oh, 10. 10, lovely. Thank you.
It's got a reserve, isn't it? It's got a reserve.
So,
It does.
oh, that's the one that's reserved.
For 40.
If it doesn't, I'll have it.
So the reserve of 40, is that the minimum price accepted? Yeah. I think we'll leave the other 2 to either sell online or perhaps put downstairs for sale. What do we think?
I think we'll keep it online. Yeah.
Keep it online. Okay. Lovely. I'll hand over to Sue for the next one.
Okay, this is rather marvellous. Lucy, garden pot with winter herbs and perennials. Here's Lucy to tell us about it.
I'm going to be done under the Trades Description Act because it says terracotta pot, which it is not, and it says herbs, but the time wasn't doing very well, so it's got other things in it. But it's also got a nice little saucer with it. The aluminium pot has got holes in the bottom, so I haven't watered it recently, so it should be all right. And it should last all winter. They're perennials. It'll keep going. If it doesn't, if for some reason you manage to kill everything, it's a very nice pot, and you can repot it. So, yeah, there it is, in all its glory.
Who was that?
15.
15.
It's an auction, so feel free.
Yes.
20.
Who said that?
22.50.
25. 25 is the highest bid.
Any takers on 25?
Any movement on 25?
Going.
Gone.
£25. Okay. So next we have another a little painting, drawings, small but very, very beautiful, by Sarah Nestoruk. Sarah, there you are, and you're going to come and say something. Thank you.
Beautiful. So this is a drawing of White Tara, who is associated with compassion, long life, healing and wisdom.
Great, thank you. Sorry, we're having a bit of a chat then. So any bids on that beautiful?
20.
20. Who said that? Tara Yogini.
25.
25. Mini.
27 and a half.
27 and a half. Any advances on £27.50 for this beautiful little picture?
How many hours did it take?
2 hours it took.
That's a bargain.
Any advances on £27.50?
Behind you. Watching you there.
Going, gone. Marvellous. Marvellous. Want me to do it? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do the next one because I know them. Okay, so this is a winter solstice celebration and nature connection 5-mile walk, tailored to those who are going on it. I'll tell you who's doing it in a minute. With a guided meditation in the peaks with a cacao, have I said that right, ceremony. Jolly good. It's basically like serious chocolate stuff that makes your head zing. Anyway, this is 10 people, minimum £5 to £10. It's on, it's quite soon, Saturday, December the 20th. And it is with Leela Shuri and Shapakshini. Yes, very lovely human beings. So, who'd like to start bidding on this cacao?
We've got 3 pre-bids, one of 15, one of 30 and one of 25. So there's just 7 places left now.
Just 7 places. Who?
What time?
Oh yes, what time? 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
£25.
Karanatara.
25, lovely.
So that's 4, is it?
Sila
Bodhi.
25, thank you. Me, I'll go. 25, yeah. Anybody else? 15. Tom? Rick? Rick. I'll get to know you on the walk.
Promise, not a threat.
Yeah. Any more to drink cacao in a meditative Peak District walk? No? Okay. We'll leave that to more online. Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to another walk, a different kind of walk, this time on the coast. I've actually done this walk. It's fabulous. It's with Art of Arden, and it starts off with lunch and a 2 to 3 hour coast walk from Crosby to Ainsdale, and then you get the train back from Ainsdale for 4 people. But people will have to make their own way to Crosby. So you get to see the Anthony Gormley figures in the sea there. It's really fabulous walk. It's Saturday, December the 20th. So a lovely, yeah, yes, yeah. Oh no, I've got that completely wrong. It's Saturday, the 25th of April.
I think it's either the 14th of March or the 28th.
Oh, so there's difference change. Yeah.
25th of April. 25th of April.
Saturday, 25th of April. It is absolutely glorious. I can thoroughly recommend it. So do we have any bids for a seaside walk? Spring will be coming.
I'd love to go because it's Art of Arden and he's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm on retreat.
Well, not only that, it's the big Sangha retreat.
It's the big Sangha retreat. Yeah, maybe there could be some movement on the date. That sounds, yeah.
Maybe we'll re-clarify a new date.
Yeah,
Put it up online.
yeah, fab.
Okay.
Oh, yes, if it's... can we do this? If it was on another date, is there anybody that would like to bid that we could sort of mutually get you all together?
It'll give him an idea of what money it would raise.
Yeah.
Any other? Three others, yes.
Yeah, I'll do this 25 as well.
25, Steve?
Later than April, please.
Later than April, Art of Arden. Yes. Great. Anybody else?
Red squirrels, natterjack toads. Potentially.
Okay, we'll leave that again for people to take up online. And actually, I think it's me next, isn't it? Yes. So because we've jigged things around, we've actually got another, pilgrimage to a holy well, actually, with Lokeshvara, which sounds very intriguing. So this is for 2 people, a short pilgrimage to a holy well, lunch provided. It will involve getting a train out of Manchester and 2 1.5 hour walks. So 1.5 hours to the holy well. Oh, might be a little... Okay, so possibly less, maybe, so an hour each way, lovely. So, and on a Sunday to be decided. So who would like to go on a pilgrimage to a holy well with Lokeshvara?
We've got a pre-bid on this
Oh.
of 40 from Taravandana.
Oh,
Either somebody beats that or there's just one space left.
okay.
Did you say where it was?
It's a secret location.
Moksha-Sri?
It's, yes, Moksha-Sri. 50. What? Okay. Intriguing. Anybody want to top 40 or 50 given by Tara Vandner or Moksha-Sri?
The time with Lokeshvara.
Yeah.
And lunch.
That's priceless.
Yeah.
Okay, well, settle at that. That's lovely. Thank you both.
Okay, and I think we are on the last one now. So this is Jaya D. Do we have? No. Who is offering a vegan/vegetarian chocolate Oreo tort making workshop for 4 people, December the 14th, 10:30 till 1. Recipe provided. So it's not like the technical challenge in Bake Off where they don't tell you how to do it, you've got to work it out. You bring your own ingredients and the location is to be decided. And the suggested price is £20 or £25 each. So that's getting a secret recipe for a chocolate Oreo tort and learning how to make it, and presumably also eating it.
And she's a trained chef.
And she's a trained chef. So, do we have any bids for the December the 14th, this is?
10:30 till 1 p.m.
Secret location.
It's a... that's a good question.
Sunday. It's a Sunday. Best day of the week for Oreo torts.
Oh. Well, we'll leave that one, and I'm sure some people will come forward to make...
Final figure?
Yeah.
Yes, final figure, everybody. Drum roll, come on.
1,877.
We do have some online bids only, so we have some things which aren't to be auctioned today, but where can we find these online? Are they on the website?
We'll work that out. Yeah, you can already see them, but we'll need to clarify which ones are gone and which.
So I'll just give you a little taster of what there is. There's Amoga Leela is giving a cross-stitch workshop of malas and Buddhas, a pattern of your choice. That's Saturday the 21st of Feb. Shraddha Vijaya is a meditation journal folder for 2 people, a cosy afternoon of cutting up bits of paper and sticking them together again to make a meditation reflection journal folder. Friendly chat, tea, biscuits in Chiltern, date to be confirmed. Sangha Day, half a day of graphic design. And Beata offering a portrait for the bidder of either them, family friend or your pet from either a photo or a sitting. So that's what you could bid for online and maybe get us... Yeah.
So Beata's brought some examples of her work. Sorry. Beata's brought some examples of her work, which just is lovely. Very, very talented person. So, I would highly recommend that.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, online people. £1,800. Yay, great. So, brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody. I think we've got a break.
Just to recap, if you take your chips downstairs to the desk and pay
Yes,
your money.
now.
Yeah.
Pay now, if you can. Lovely. So thank you all very much. That's brilliant. Thank you.
good self. Who's the other piano student that I'm having?
Oh,
It's a £70
Welcome back to those of you that were here this morning, and welcome to those of you that have joined just now, especially friends and family. Most of you are over here. There may be a few others spread around. But thank you so much for coming. There's an important thing that can happen actually in ritual and ceremony, which is to witness it. Yeah, it's often undervalued, but so we're going to do a little ceremony together, but there's also a witnessing aspect. And so in the course of our ritual today, we have these 10 lovely beings here who are going to make an offering to the shrine. And we'll explain a little bit about that. We'll do a little bit of, almost like just a little bit of, they're going to have to be brief because there's quite a few of you, but a little bit of kind of rejoicing, just so we can all get a sense of who you are. And then we'll do a ritual together in which there will be some offerings. They each come up one by one and make some offerings that they take from me. By the way, has anybody lost a pair of glasses? Yeah, there you go. Might be important. There you go. Great. So I'll just give a little bit of context, and then I'm going to hand over to Vishanka, who's over there, who's going to say a little bit about what becoming a Mitra means in our community. And I wanted to start by, my mind just sort of went back to several of us were in India at the beginning of this year. Now, most, if not all of you, will probably know that Buddhism began in India. In fact, it began under a tree, really, someone sitting under a tree, the Buddha to be. And now that place is a place of worship and veneration and pilgrimage for Buddhists from all over the world. So some of us went there, and we had a convention in the end of January, early February. There's something very magical about going there because everybody goes in their own way. So everybody looks different. Some people are wearing like quite smart formal clothes of one colour, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes white. Sometimes people just go almost like looking like a tourist or something. Some people go in groups and some people go individually. And they all gather around this spot just to celebrate where the Buddha sat and meditated and gained awakening. So it's a very fascinating place to be. There are all these different ways of almost honouring the space, and you can often hear some rituals, we often call them pujas, some ritual or ceremony, or some people are silently meditating, some people just sit and read a text, and sometimes with the chanting that I hear, you can just suddenly you can recognise fragments of it. And one of the things that people chant will be the refuges and precepts. And we're going to be doing that today. And we still use the language that has kind of come down through the Buddhist tradition. So we always give what the English translation are, so you actually know what you're chanting. Our texts are often published with the Pali and the English, or whatever language it's done in. But there's something really beautiful about that, about actually hearing those words and honouring something that's a tradition that goes back down the centuries to very soon after the actual language was, kind of settled very soon after the time of the Buddha. So there's something lovely about doing that. And just one element of that is the chanting of the 5 precepts, which is one of the significant things that happens in this ritual this afternoon. And again, I just wanted to say something about that so although that's part of a Buddhist ritual where actually these 10 people at the front here are making some kind of commitment to practice as a Buddhist and to practice within this community, when we chant these 5 precepts, it's very interesting that the Buddha taught them as kind of guidelines for action, or basically he was pointing out the consequences of if you act this way or if you act that way. So in other words, they're not like rules or commandments. Yeah, so there's something that I find very moving about that the Buddha, that's how the Buddha taught, that it's an invitation to act in a particular way. And I mention this because although this is about making a commitment to a particular Buddhist community, hopefully all of you who are friends and family of these people, you benefit from them practicing those precepts. They help us guide our speech and our actions and our thoughts. And that's very much there's a rich symbolism there of taking practices where you are part of a community, but hopefully they positively influence all the other network of relationships that you have in your life. So don't hold them too closely to those precepts. That, you know, they're not things that we try not to judge each other by them. They are things to sort of like as internal guides to how we wish to act in the world. And the Buddha, they're a commentary on a very early and important teaching from the Buddha, which is these 2 verses from a very famous text called the Dhammapada, and I'm going to read them out to you just to sort of contextualize this afternoon. So all mental states have mind as their forerunner, mind is their chief, and they are mind-made. If with an impure mind one speaks or acts, then suffering follows, even as the wheel, the hoof of the ox who is drawing a cart. Mind is the forerunner of all mental states. Mind is their chief, and they are mind-made. If with a pure mind one speaks or acts, happiness will follow you close, like a never-departing shadow. So those 2 verses, I hope you get what I'm saying with the Buddha just saying that if you act in this way, this is the consequences. Act in that way. So it's very different from just being like told what to do. It's an invitation to consider one's actions. And that's really the spirit of how we try and practice in this community. So I just wanted to give that as a little bit of context just to what we're going to do this afternoon. Now, I was also reflecting when we were at Bodh Gaya in India that a lot of what we do takes place outdoors. They have the climate for it there. So I'm sorry it's a bit of a squeeze for all of us in this beautiful space. But anyway, all of you who haven't been here before, you're very welcome. This is our space. This is what we do here. We do rituals together. We meditate together. Sometimes we do some study here. But this is our main space in this Buddhist center. So what I'm going to do then, I'm just going to invite Vishankar just to come and contextualize what being a Mitra is for us briefly. Do you want to sit here? Yeah, sure. Oof.
Wow, so many people. So wonderful to see these 10 people going to become Mitras today. Really lovely to see so many friends and family. It's the most it's felt like welcoming guests at a wedding today. Like, come to this seat. So yeah, it's really, really lovely. And I'm just going to say a few words about what it means, what you are going to do. I hope it doesn't surprise you in any way. We'll see. So yeah, today we've been exploring this sort of this term in Buddhism, these Sanskrit words, Kalyana Mitrata, which are roughly translated as spiritual friendship. So that's what we've been exploring this morning in Lokeshvara's talk and in our groups. And Lokeshvara said earlier, Kalyana translates as something like beautiful, auspicious, helpful, goodness. And Mitrata means friendship or companionship. So that's where this word Mitra comes from Mitrata, so friendship or companionship. And that's really, that's the context really for the meaning of the name Mitra. So traditionally what it means is that you are becoming friends of the Triratna Buddhist order. Not many people know that. It does say it in the literature we gave you. But it means that you are wanting to get closer to the heart of our Sangha. It's not just the order members. You know, there are many other Mitras and friends who are part of our Sangha, and it's, we're all part of one community. But there are order members like myself and Shubhanita and Lokeshvara. We've taken a very wholehearted commitment to practicing the Buddhist path. So you're moving more towards us at the heart of our Sangha, and we're moving more towards you in the spirit of friendship. And you will have seen us, like, over however long you've been coming to this centre or other Sanghas that you're part of. Just thinking of Joanne in the Clitheroe Sangha. You'll have seen friends and Mitras and order members trying to practice. You'll have seen people like me trying to practice, trying to walk the Buddhist path. And hopefully you'll have seen me at my best, and you may have seen me at my worst as well. And I think that's part of what goes on in a Sangha, is we really see each other. We see each other close up. Sometimes we see each other warts and all. But hopefully we've tried to be honest when we mess up or get things wrong or may need to apologise. And you'll have seen that. You'll have seen that more and more with the order members and the Mitras and the friends you've been getting closer to. And we've got to know you too. We'll have seen that there's been some response in you to the Buddha, to the example of an awakened being, the example of awakening, the potential of our own awakening. We'll have seen that you've responded to the teachings of the Buddha, and you're trying to put those into practice. And you've responded to the community that's grown up around the Buddha's teachings and the symbol of the Buddha here in Manchester or in other places. So much so that we can see that you now feel like you're Buddhist. We can see that. We've spoken with you, we've talked with you about that, and we can see that you now feel like, I'm a Buddhist. But it's not just a name. It's not just, I've just got the badge that says I'm a Buddhist. We've seen that you're trying your best to walk the path, and as Lokeshvara just said about the precepts, that's the main way that living a Buddhist life gets lived out. It's through trying to practice loving kindness as much as possible, to try and act as generously as possible, to try and reduce craving and living more contentedly as possible, as being as honest and as congruent and as transparent as you feel like you're able to be, and trying to stay as mindful and as aware as you can and not cloud your mind with intoxicants that will end up, I remember when I used to take intoxicants, just the mess I used to get into. So, we're trying our best not to get into those messes, trying to stay as mindful and aware. And we've seen that you are all, in your own way, trying to practice meditation. You're trying to practice meditation as regularly as you can to support you in acting in that way. And we've seen that you feel more and more part of this community. We've seen that you feel more and more at home here. And, this is a first commitment in our community. And it may change. I've seen it change with some people, but at the moment, this is the community you want to practice and deepen your practice within. And we've seen that you are making friends here. We've seen that you help out in some way here at the centre. And you give back something of what you feel you've received. And we've also seen that, like any community, mistakes get made. We also see that you are able to make some sense of the mistakes that have happened in our community over the years and mistakes that will happen in the future. We can see that you've got some ability to sort of just, come to terms with that or forgive or understand. So, in moving closer to us and us moving closer to you in the spirit of friendship, we've seen you and you've seen us. So it's this thing of like, we're all witnessing you take this step. There's a witnessing that's taking place in this ritual, and a witnessing that's been taking place since you've got more involved and have wanted to move towards us. Yeah, and it's worth saying it's your choice. We didn't come to you saying you need to become a Mitra. You all approached us and said, I'd like to become a Mitra. It's your choice. It's nobody's compelled to do this. It's a natural sort of next step for you, a heart response to make this commitment. So that's why we're here today, holding this ritual. For you to make this commitment. And we're all here to witness that. And this ceremony, what we're going to witness, this ceremony is a really beautiful thing. It goes back to that word Kalyana. So it really is beautiful. What a beautiful thing that these 10 people in this troubled world that we've got want to take this step of being more kind, more generous, more helpful, more wiser. That's a very precious thing and a very beautiful thing. And that's what we're here to witness today. So I hope that captures something of the step you're going to take. If it doesn't, see me afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Shubhanita, who's going to introduce the rejoicings section.
Thank you, Vishankar. So it's my job to keep time. I've got a clock here. And what we're going to do is we're going to have people come up and rejoice in the people that are going to become Mitras in their rejoicing in merits, it's called. So it's we do it really well in Triratna. We rejoice in each other's merits, and it's I was just looking at you, Vanessa, you okay? You're like... So yes, we rejoice in each other's merits, and I suppose like what Vishankar was saying, we see each other's best side, don't we? And we see each other's worst side in the Sangha. And this rejoicing in merits is focusing on the best of each other. So it helps to cultivate positive mental states. And I think in the world the way it is, we can be quite negative with what's going on out in the world. And this just brings to light the positives about each other. So it gives the rejoicer a chance to go away and have a think about what they want to say about you. And it also gives you a chance to listen and take in and be mirrored. So somebody saying these things to you, you're having your kind of the ways that you are mirrored back to you. So it's a good chance for you to see how other people see you as well. So yes, without further ado, I will invite people up, and we've because there's so many of us. I mean, the room is absolutely full, packed out, isn't it? I don't think we could fit any more people. We've even got people standing at the back. It's so big, so packed. So yeah, it's just going to be 2 minutes each, I'm afraid. So we could sit here and rejoice for a long time in these lovely 10 people who are becoming Mitras today, but we just have 2 minutes each. So the first person I'm going to invite up is Shraddha Vijaya, and Shraddha Vijaya is going to rejoice in Mary. Would you like to sit or stand?
Easy to stand. Thank you. Oh, suddenly feel a bit emotional, Mary. What can I say about Mary? I tried to find the best word to describe her. in a nutshell. And I came up with, she's just a mischievous pixie. Mary absolutely loves life. She loves adventure. Have I gone off? I don't know. She's actually in training at the moment for her second trek in India. And she'll probably be doing more whitewater rafting and throwing herself off boats. And she just has this great sense of fun. And she enjoys nothing more than a really good belly laugh, which means that she's an absolute joy to be around. She comes in, Mary comes here nearly every Thursday, and she cleans this first floor until it's absolutely sparkling. And she does that because she wants the centre, thank you, she wants the centre to be welcoming to everyone who comes here. And because she does it for others, she enjoys it. And that sense of others makes her a very good friend. I think that anyone who can call Mary a friend will be very, very fortunate and very safe in her hands. And she brings that enjoyment of life to other aspects, her aspects of her Dharma life, particularly Dharma study. She loves studying the Dharma. She's very curious about it. And then she applies it to her life. She's always trying out new vegetarian recipes and moving furniture around until she's got the perfect spot for a shrine. I think the Dharma intrigues Mary. And I'm so glad she's taking this step today. She's going to be an absolute star in our midst. How's that for timing?
And you may as well keep hold of the microphone, Upeksha Priya, because Upeksha Priya is going to be rejoicing in Dale.
Well, I'm really, really pleased to rejoice in Dale. And we were talking yesterday, we actually don't know each other very well yet. Yet it feels like we've always known each other. I can't even quite remember the first time we met. It already feels that familiar. We first met on a Sangha retreat. Dale was in a group I was leading, and they were a bit shy. But outside the group, we had a few interactions, then we just clicked straight away. It was instantly warm, playful, and easy. And it feels like my little inner child comes out, and when I'm around Dale's inner child, and I really enjoy that. And I want to rejoice in Dale's intensity, actually. That's not normally something people talk about rejoicing, but I really love Dale's intensity, your positivity, your engagement, and your generosity. And I visited Dale's home a month or so ago, a few months ago, and they'd only been there a short while. I was amazed because it was already a lovely, quirky, cottagey place that suited them perfectly, but they'd only been there for 6 months and they'd renovated and furnished it on a budget. And I was amazed, basically. It was just such a lovely place to go. And they made me a really lovely lunch and really catered for my restricted diet superbly. And, oh my God, is that 2 minutes? Oh God, we connect on this really quirky neurodivergent wavelength. And anyway, I've obviously spoken a lot more slowly than. Anyway, I think they're being really brave to do this Mitra ceremony because they really don't like being the focus of attention, and I think it shows how much it means to them to become a Mitra that they're doing this today in front of everyone. So I'm just really looking forward to knowing Dale a very long time. They're sincere in their practice, they're kind, thoughtful and generous, and they bring so much enthusiasm to the Sangha. So it's really infectious, and I'm really lucky to be Dale's friend. Thank you.
I'm now going to invite Ratnaguna, who's going to rejoice in Stephen.
Stephen's got so many qualities, so many merits. 2 minutes is not enough, but I'll stay to 2 minutes. Because I've only got 2 minutes, I'll just talk about 2 of your merits. 1 merit per minute. And the first one is, one of the things that struck me about Stephen in a very positive way was that he's very independent-minded. We meet every now and then, we have long chats, 2.5, 3 hours sometimes, and he's always got something to say. And because he's very independent-minded, actually I'm surprised he's become a Mitra. It came as a surprise to me when I heard you can be independent-minded and be a Mitra. But he also, one of the aspects of his independent-minded, he looks at our community and he really appreciates it, obviously he loves it, but he's also got criticisms. And sometimes we talk about Stephen's criticisms of our movement, and we never polarise. It's always very, very interesting. So every community should have people like that who point out our faults and so on. Now, the other thing is, if you were here for the thing before, what was it? Skills auction. You'll know that Stephen is a musician and a music teacher. But not only that, he loves the arts. Now, many years ago, Sangha used to talk about the importance of the arts in the spiritual life as a kind of way of growing and developing. And Stephen takes that really, really seriously. In a way, he's brought that to our centre in quite a big way, because Stephen, 2 years ago, was it? You started? About 2 years ago, Stephen started arranging outings to various things, concerts, films, theatre. He'd look out for something that looks interesting. He'd send everybody who's interested, I'm going to go to this thing, or there are these things that we could go to. And sometimes people send money to Stephen and he actually buys the tickets. Sometimes it's not necessary. But it's a really, really good aspect of our centre, and Stephen has done it single-handedly. There's no committee. Stephen just does it all, so that's really good.
Tom Van Berkel is going to rejoice in Sylvia.
Hello. Okay, so I think anyone who's met Sylvia for any amount of time is going to know her excitement and her energy. So I think the first thing I wanted to rejoice in is just this quality of virya, which I think is a really, really precious quality to have. So virya means energy, but also specifically energy in pursuit of the good. And I think that's quite striking for someone young, but also someone your age. You can do all kinds of things. You can go out drinking, you can spend time on social media scrolling, but you don't do those things. And instead your heart has responded to a spiritual life and a Dharma life. And I think that's incredibly beautiful. And when I met you, we connected over the poetry of Rumi and Hafez. And you've just got all these sort of wide interests from Gnosticism to paganism. And I think what I've seen you do this year is sort of centralize those into a single thread of the three jewels. And I think that puts sort of a lot of force, sort of a positive force behind your spiritual practice. I think there's real sort of momentum there. And I think partially that comes from this sort of natural faith response that you have. I think Sangha terms Shraddha or faith as what you place the heart upon. And I've just seen you have this real heart response to the three jewels. Quite often when we meet, there's a new bodhisattva that you've learnt about and that you're really excited about, and I can just see you sort of, your face glow up And I think it's that quality of faith that has allowed you to sort of channel all those energies into this direction. And I think you've done that in a very considerate way. So I feel very confident and proud of you making this choice. And I'm really excited to see where it takes you next.
And now I'd like to invite Chandradeepa to rejoice in Adam.
Okay, hello. So I'm delighted to be rejoicing in Adam. So I first met him on the men's retreat last year. So Adam was in the discussion group that I was leading, and he was so shy. Wouldn't say boo to a goose. And I remember thinking, maybe this isn't his thing. Maybe he's just booked on the wrong thing, and it's like, won't see him again. But what I also noticed was this incredible courage, actually, where it was clear that it wasn't the easiest place for him to be, and yet he spoke through that difficulty and named it to the group. Like, yeah, this is uncomfortable for me. And he brought himself in really bravely, I thought. And it made me think, there's something here, there's something else going on that's bringing this honesty that's coming from this courage. And so after the retreat, I decided to invite Adam to the Dharma group, the Dharma study group that I regularly lead with Aparajita every week. And I thought, I just have to. This guy, he's got something, I need to invite him. And what I see with him on a weekly basis is that, again, he's often quite quiet. He'll sit there, and one of us that leads it will normally say, anything from you, Adam? And normally what Adam says is, not really. And then bring out a really good point that shows that he's really been reflecting on the teachings and also how to apply it to his life. Often one of the most pertinent points of the evening, but it doesn't have much to say, really. And I think it shows a real receptivity. He's got a real receptivity to the teachings, to the Dharma. And I think because he lets in the Dharma, well, as well as that, he also lets in other people. And I really find that in our friendship. It's just really easy to be close to Adam. And what I'm seeing more and more with that, as he lets people in, as he lets in the teachings and grows through that, is that he's not really shy. He's not really someone who doesn't say boo to a goose. This big character that's just emerging more and more. This camp, hilarious character. Sometimes in the middle of a session he'll just scream because he just loves it so much. And I'll finish. Recently we celebrated my birthday and went to the village to do karaoke. And Adam did this wonderful Grace Jones, controversial, shocking song. And it was wonderful. So it's so great to see that emerging more and more. So there's so many qualities. There's depth, there's bravery, kindness, gentleness, and also so much fun. And I think it's just the start. There's so much more that's going to emerge. So I'm delighted that you're becoming a Mitra, and we're very lucky to have you.
Okay, and now I'd like to invite Sophie, who's going to rejoice in Sarah.
So I'm really pleased to be rejoicing in you, Sarah. And thank you so much for inviting me to do that. It was a real honour. I feel very honoured. So Sarah and I go back a ways. So we first met in a group that we used to have here called the Dharma Dykes. And and I can't remember how long ago that was, but it was a really lovely group, and we would practice. Was it? No. 12 years. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Anyway, we met to practice and to play. And we've also met with one another in a very recent retreat on the 5 Pranyas. And I've also been alongside her in a study group, which I help out at. And what I'd really like to rejoice in Sarah for is I find her very thoughtful and considered. She's not only she thinks things through, but she's also very tangential. She brings in lots of ideas and thoughts that come from various different areas, and really her engagement with the Dharma and the Buddha and the Sangha is very rich as a result of that. And I think one of the other qualities I'd really like to celebrate is her commitment. Whatever she sets her mind to, she's very committed. And her meditation practice is very important to her, and she's very committed to that. You can see the results of that. She's very engaged in incredibly creative ways in her ritual practice. And she's very committed, and one of the things that I really want to celebrate is she's been helping out translate the Dharma into Ukrainian. Just a remarkable person. And she made that absolutely gorgeous white Tara drawing for those of you who were at the skill auction. Absolutely stunning. So, I just want to celebrate her and just say I have every confidence that you will continue to grow and flourish in the Dharma.
And now I'd like to welcome Shraddha Vijaya again to rejoice in Beata.
Thank you. Hello. I've had some of my best conversations with Beata on retreat. And in those almost perfect conditions, but sometimes a bit difficult, I've seen how she just sort of blossoms. She just literally blossoms and opens up to what she's experiencing around her. She sees what others are doing, how they're practicing, and she always responds so positively to that. And seeing what the Dharma can really do, she's come to realise, and this is a phrase Beata used to me not long ago, that this is really the only meaningful way for her to live her life, which just touched me so strongly. I thought that was just so beautiful. And she hasn't come to that lightly. I really admire Beata's depth of thinking. She asks some very penetrating questions just to make sure she's understanding the Dharma that she's hearing. And she comes up with some very interesting ideas. Not long ago we were on retreat. Don't pull a face. And we were sitting having a cup of tea, and we were just talking about the beautiful rupa that was in the shrine room. And she said then, we don't really have many Western images of what enlightenment is, do we? I wonder how that will develop. What might that look like? And I'm still thinking about that, Beata. That was just such a striking thought. And she really has a very rich life. She's a mum. And she's got an elderly mum who she cares for. And in those roles, I see how she puts her faith into practice. And I see her integrity when she talks about her work. I'm just so delighted that you decided to take this step, Beata. I just think, you blossomed, and you're going to continue to blossom. I know you will. And I think you'll make the most out of every single experience you come across. And I can't wait to see how you do.
Shraddha Vijaya, you're the best timekeeper. Sangha K2 is now going to rejoice in Joanne. Just struggling to get through all the people. Wait a minute, he says.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of people. I'm down to 18 minutes.
Hello.
Oh. Hello. So I asked a mutual friend, what she thought about Joanne, with this in mind. He said, "Oh, she's lovely." I thought that's probably enough, but then she added, "She's cheeky, she's got a naughty humour, and she's very funny." You did offer a home to Ellie, this mutual friend, that she was needing to find somewhere to live, and you offered her a home so you bring your dog. And, so she was very touched by that, and she said you're the number one go-to for a swim. So the women in our Sangha, they go swimming, wild swimming, and sometimes they go after the class. So we finish off in things away, and they're in the river, and then you see photos on Facebook or WhatsApp. You're completely bonkers, but anyway. So you do love your swimming, and you love hiking with your dad as well, don't you? You go like coast to coast or some crazy, yeah. And look after your mum and dad, but also you've had to kind of adjust to this, your partner, Padmajit, he got this cancer diagnosis. I was struck by how you sort of rolled your sleeves up and, you've really taken it on as a practice, like a calling, and very impressive. You've got your big whiteboard up in the kitchen and all the drugs and all the health visits, and you've really taken it on. I've been very impressed with that. You started the women's study group, and at first we thought, well, there's only 3 women, but actually it has taken off, and you've got Sadhajata now, and you meet in an exotic cafe in the North Yorkshire moors or somewhere, You're one of Ellie's closest friends. But one thing that I wanted to mention was something that strikes me is you've got a quite developed, what I've called a feminine receptivity. So you're really outdoorsy, kind of robust, But I think you've also got this quality of, you learn and you take it in. And I'm going to cry. It's just beautiful to see, because the other side, but... and she's very good at organising us. Oh, here we go. And I should get an extra minute for all that messing about. So, because she's good at organising, we made her the manager of our group. And, you've got the authority to tell us what to do. And I think since you made your mind up, at a certain point you decided this is it, and you're really making Buddhism what you do. So it's very good, very impressive. Yeah. Great.
So Varochini is going to rejoice in Hannah, and Varochini isn't here today, so she's written something and Chandradeepa is going to read it out.
Further away. Yeah, very. Hello. Okay, so this is from Varochini. As I want to rejoice in 3 qualities that I see in Hannah. Firstly, she's enthusiastic, open-hearted, receptive, and has a bright nature. As a leader of the Dharma study group, I've often been planning and considering what we might do on any one week, and wondering, should we do this? Are they ready for that? And whatever I suggest, Hannah meets with a resounding yes. So enthusiastic. I really thank you for that. It is a delight to be met with your openness and willingness to step in. I think this quality speaks of a curious mind, and curiosity is an important quality as it works against the tendency to fix. For example, I am like this. Why is it that way? So it's open to possibility, and I see that in you. But it's not without discernment and question. You don't step in blindly, and you bring your questions and are honest about what you don't agree with, and I really appreciate this as well. Your questions make me think, yes, why do we do things in this way? You are direct and honest. What we don't agree with is just as fascinating as what we do. Secondly, I also rejoice in your response and resonance with mystery, myth, ritual, beauty, and the non-conceptual, and that which is sacred. The Dharma is taught through concepts and words, but we can also get a sense of the truth through beauty, ritual, and images and art. Things that communicate to our depths. I see this as a really important thread for you, and that you place real value on it. For example, you speak about your connection to the moon and moonlight, telling us that you will make time to go out to gaze at the moon and the moonlight, to spend time with the moon. I see you have responded to ritual and not fully been able to explain why, but open to the mystery of it and how it moves something deeply in you. I'm really grateful that you bring that perspective to the group. Finally, I see a longing for meaning in your life, to lead a meaningful life. I see you explore this and the challenges that this presents, but also the possibilities that open up for you. It's inspiring to hear you speak about this, and you're longing at the same time to stay grounded and connected to the people you work with, to friends and the career you are building. I hope this step allows you to find ever greater depth within these bright qualities that you have. So I rejoice in Hannah's enthusiastic, open-hearted, curious, bright nature, her response to mystery and the non-conceptual, and her journey and discovery of a life with depth and meaning.
It's hard to keep the time when somebody's reading something because it'll just make you speak faster, won't it? Because you want to get to the end of what somebody else has written. So we next have, Adele is going to rejoice in Vanessa, and Adele isn't here either, so Shripakshini is going to read out Adele's rejoicings for Vanessa.
So, rejoicing in Vanessa. When Vanessa told me her Mitra ceremony was coming up, I was so pleased, and even more delighted when she asked me if I would rejoice in her, and then so disappointed to discover it clashed with a retreat I'll be on. I wanted nonetheless to be present in some way, so thank you, Shripakshini, for sharing my thoughts. I've known Vanessa about 4 years now, meeting her in Moksha Suri's study group. She was there at the beginning when I started supporting this. So just as we were coming out of the pandemic, Vanessa, quiet, observant, taking it all in, I realised that she was very present, reflecting deeply, and when she chose to speak, I was always struck by her depth of perspective and ability to share of herself and her views, feelings, honestly and authentically. Vanessa is courageous, and in group, not too afraid to question and check out when the subject of discussion isn't resonating for actives and beliefs. And yet, objectives and beliefs. And yet I've never heard Vanessa question her own faith in Buddhism. She truly knows what resonates, and when she most deeply values, this conviction is evidently strong. Vanessa also has conditions that have made her life tough, so not always able to get to the centre as much as she would like. So it's even more remarkable how strongly she holds her faith in this community. Vanessa also has a fabulous sense of humour. She doesn't take herself too seriously. If you ask her a reflective question, there's just open curiosity. Challenging herself at times is not for her a difficult process. Her valued need to get to the truth of the matter is met for her in the Dharma. So it's no surprise that Vanessa has not rushed into becoming a Mitra. Peer pressure is not a thing for her. Her inner truth is her guide. Vanessa will have considered this deeply, and if it didn't feel right, she wouldn't be here. Vanessa has been a constant presence for me since I started supporting Dharma study groups. Now in our Dharma training group with Sri Pakshani and friends. As such, Vanessa has also supported my journey too, and this leaves a deeper connection. I have a deep respect for Vanessa and value her presence and friendship. Sadhu, Vanessa. Much metta, Eda.
Oh, it's lovely to hear so many rejoicings. I hope you all feel seen. And the room is just full of joy now, so we now have experienced what rejoicing in merits looks like within Triratna. So yes, I'll hand over to Lokeshvara for the ceremony.
Thank you, Shibanita, and thank you everyone who spoke. I suggest we just have a kind of 2-minute silent just break and stand up and move about if you need to before we start the ceremony. Okay, invite you to take your seats again. So what we're going to do, it's called the threefold puja. So three folds means 3 sections. So we're going to, we do this in call and response. Friends and family, you're welcome to join in or just sit and witness as you like. And then after the second section, we'll pause, and then that's when you'll come up and make your offering. So I've got a sequence here: Beata, Sylvia, Stephen, Dale, Joanne, Adam, Hannah, Sarah, Vanessa, Mary. And I'll call you up one at a time in that sequence. I'm just going to give you, we've got these 3 offerings, 3 very traditional offerings in a Buddhist ritual: a candle, a stick of incense, and a flower. And then you just offer them in whatever way seems appropriate to the shrine here. The incense, what we're going to do, we're going to invite them to light the incense, but then put it out so it doesn't just keep filling the room with lots of smoke. So that's what we'll do. And then when all 10 of you have done that and you're all sitting back down, we have a very traditional response in our community, which is like we shout 3 sadhus, which is like the Buddhist term for like bravo, well done. Yeah, so all of us will say that as loud as we can when everybody's sat down, and then we'll do these refuges and precepts, again in call and response. Then we'll do the 3rd and final section of the puja. Then we're going to have a mantra, the Shakyamuni mantra. So we often chant mantras in our community. And while that mantra is going, if you want to make an offering, you're welcome to. Just bear in mind, there's loads of us. You can't all make an offering. There just won't be time. I'm really sorry about that, but we're just going to self-regulate at that point, right? A few of you can come and make an offering. We'll see how that goes. But what we want to do is when... I may just have to ring a bell at some point, right? We'll just see how the timing goes, because what we want to do is right at the end, we're just going to sit in silence, and then all of us are going to leave, and just leave the 10 of them there just for a few minutes, just to absorb the silence. And we'll all kind of make our way downstairs, and then you, whenever you want to, you just come and join us. Yeah, so at the end, we'll just leave you in silence for a little bit. Yeah. Now, those people, I'm just looking at Vashankar, Shubhanita. Is there anything else I need to say at this point, or does that sound okay? So the very first thing we do, again, it's a very traditional beginning to a program where we salute the shrine together. So those of you who won't have done that before, I'll invite everyone to stand up, and then you can join in or not. But mostly this is the people who are the regular Sangha. We just salute the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha together at the beginning of every program. Yes, so we'll do that together first now in call and response. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namah. Namo Namah. Om. 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 The threefold puja, opening reverence, in call and response. We reverence the Buddha. We reverence the Buddha. The perfectly enlightened one. The perfectly enlightened one. The shower of the way. The shower of the way. We reverence the Dharma. We reverence the Dharma. The teaching of the Buddha. The teaching of the Buddha. Which leads from darkness to light. Which leads from darkness to light. We reverence the Sangha. We reverence the Sangha. the fellowship of the Buddha's disciples, that inspires and guides. Reverence to the three jewels. We reverence the Buddha. And aspire to follow him. The Buddha was born, as we are born. What the Buddha attained, we too can attain. What the Buddha overcame, we too can overcome. We reverence the Dharma. And aspire to follow it. With body, speech and mind. Until the end. The truth in all its aspects. The path in all its stages. We aspire to study. Practice. Realize. We reverence the Sangha. And aspire to follow it. The fellowship of those who tread the way. As one by one. We make our own commitment. An ever widening circle. The Sangha grows. Right, so now what I'm going to do is offer the one at a time the candle, the stick of incense and the flower to be offered on the shrine. So first of all, Beata, would you come up? And take these three offerings. Yeah. Thank you, Beata. And now Sylvia, if you come and take these offerings from me. There you go. Thank you, Sylvia. And next up, it's Stephen. There you go. Thank you. And Dale. There you go. Thank you. And next up is Joanne. Don't worry about that. Just they need a good shove in. Thank you. And now Adam. Thank you, Adam. Now, Hannah. Thank you. And now, Sarah. Thank you. And now, Vanessa. Thank you. And Mary. There you Good, that's everyone. So now, 3 sadhus. Sadhu! 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 Well done. So after those offerings and that commitment, it's like, well, what do you actually do? So now we're going to recite the 5 precepts together in call and response. So that's an invitation to all of us to do that, but it's especially for the 10 of you. So we'll do those, the 3 refuges and precepts, and then we'll do the 3rd section of the puja and then the mantra. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. So those refuges are to the Buddha, his teachings, and the community. And then we go on to chant the precepts themselves. Panatipata. Panatipata. Veramani. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Samadhiyami. Adinadana. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Kamesu. Michachara. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Musavada. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Suramerya. Nacha. Pamadatana. Veramani. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Sadhu. 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 With deeds of loving kindness. I purify my body. With open-handed generosity. I purify my body. With stillness. simplicity, and contentment. I purify my body with truthful communication. I purify my speech with mindfulness clear and radiant. I purify my mind. Offerings to the Buddha. Reverencing the Buddha. We offer flowers. Flowers that today are fresh and sweetly blooming. Flowers that tomorrow are faded and fallen. Our bodies too, like flowers, will pass away. Reverencing the Buddha, we offer candles. To him who is the light, we offer light. From his greater lamp, a lesser lamp we light within us. The lamp of Bodhi, shining within our hearts. Reverencing the Buddha, we offer incense. Incense whose fragrance pervades the air. The fragrance of the perfect life. Sweeter than incense. Spreads in all directions. Throughout the world. Mahamuni, Shakyamuni, Swaha.